Well, good evening, everybody. How are we tonight? Hopefully, everybody's had a great day. Happy Wednesday. We are back. We are going to be doing more Dune. However, there are two articles that did come up that is kind of sad. It is kind of sad. And yeah, this is unfortunately one of those things. But before we get into it, Aylin, Myth, Sober, it's good to see all of you. How are you three doing? How was your day? How is everybody doing? Yeah, we do have some unfortunate and sad news coming from the video games industry. A lot of people aren't going to be happy. Only woke up a few hours ago, but it's all right so far. Nice. Emotional damage RP was done. Oh boy. Vibing and playing Stardew for a bit. Nice. Well, why don't we just rip the fucking Band-Aid off and get to the bad news, and then we can get to Dune. This came in 10 hours ago. Xbox is canceling Rare's Everwild and ZeniMax's new MMORPG IP as part of the broader cuts, with Perfect Dark impacted as well. As part of the overall cuts to the Xbox division and layoffs at Microsoft on Wednesday, the company is canceling the upcoming Everwild from Rare, sources tell Windows Central. Game industry journalist Jason Schreier of Bloomberg has also shared that he heard tell of the cancellations as well. Everwild was first announced back in 2019 as a new IP from Rare, a UK studio with a long history of working on various projects, including the original Perfect Dark. In recent years, Rare has been known for its work on Sea of Thieves, a hugely successful multiplayer pirate game. Windows Central can also report from our sources that Perfect Dark has been canceled as well, with the Initiative studio being closed. ZeniMax Online Studios' new IP hadn't been formally revealed, but Perfect Dark has had multiple trailers since its announcement, including a gameplay demo in the Xbox showcase of last year. The Initiative had been working on the game for many years in partnership with Embracer Group's Crystal Dynamics of Tomb Raider fame. ZeniMax's new IP had been in development since 2018 under codename Blackbird, and before that Kestrel, and Windows Central understands it was a fantasy genre MMORPG to improve on the success the firm saw in The Elder Scrolls Online. The project had over 200 developers working on it back in 2022. Our sources suggest it had branching dialogue trees for every delivery, similar to games like Mass Effect or Star Wars: The Old Republic, and was intended to be the title ZeniMax Online Studios would move into as The Elder Scrolls Online began to wind down in age. Windows Central is investigating details on other upcoming Xbox games, but no other already announced first-party titles seem to be canceled yet. Undead Labs is reportedly being hit with some layoffs, per Kotaku reporter Ethan Gach, but State of Decay 3 remains in development. We can, however, hard confirm that Xbox hardware has largely avoided the cuts. Speculation was mounting over the past week that Microsoft will seek to reduce its hardware ambitions, despite recently announcing the new Xbox first-party hardware in partnership with AMD. Windows Central understands that this latest layoff round has not impacted Microsoft's next-gen Xbox hardware plans, which include a full successor to the Xbox Series X that could even possibly include Steam support. Now, this came out 8 hours ago, so literally 2 hours after. Microsoft is closing down Xbox Studio, The Initiative, with Perfect Dark killed as well, joining Everwild and ZeniMax's new IP and other unannounced projects. Microsoft is closing down The Initiative after 7 years. The partnership with Crystal Dynamics will end, and Perfect Dark will be canceled. Earlier, we reported exclusively that Perfect Dark was on the chopping block as part of Microsoft's latest round of cuts. Now we can confirm the sad news. Today, Microsoft revealed board layoffs hitting 4% of its global workforce across every division at the company. Many of those layoffs are hitting Xbox, with staffers in various departments receiving notice today. Many of those affected include Xbox Studio The Initiative, which is sadly being closed down. Perfect Dark was set to be a revival of Rare's classic stealth IP from the early 2000s. The team at The Initiative was set up in 2018 with studio heavyweights including leader Daryl Gallagher of Tomb Raider fame. Gallagher's former team at Crystal Dynamics was working together with Microsoft on Perfect Dark, and that partnership will now also conclude. Microsoft is shutting down The Initiative as the result of the game's cancellation. Microsoft says it will work with staffers to provide severance and support, and has encouraged developers affected to apply for other Xbox positions within the company to receive priority consideration. Xbox Game Studio head Matt Booty shared the following email internally, confirming that Rare, Everwild, Perfect Dark, and other unannounced projects have been canceled. Windows Central understands that one of these projects was ZeniMax Online's new MMORPG Blackbird, previously meant to succeed The Elder Scrolls Online. The Initiative is the only studio closure planned today, although some other teams have seen cuts of varying degrees. What I don't like is how this is worded, right? Microsoft is shutting down The Initiative as a result of the game's cancellation. So, they're outright canceling Perfect Dark, but because they're canceling Perfect Dark, The Initiative, as a company, no longer has anything to work on, so then Microsoft said, yeah, fuck it, lay them off too. That sounds kind of shitty. Now, obviously, I don't know how much money, was being exchanged back and forth for the IP and for the help and everything else, but this kind of feels like a kick in the sack. It kind of does, right? Imagine being on the team for The Initiative and you can see where things are kind of going, and you're still really, really hopeful because it's an IP that hasn't been around in years, and you've been working your ass off, and then you're like, well, I'll probably get laid off because I'm like the low man on the totem pole, right? Or I'm the low girl on the totem pole. And then come to find out, Microsoft flat out cancels their entire relationship with Crystal Dynamics, which makes it so that you and everybody else don't have a job and therefore will be laid off. How insane is that? Following Phil's note, I want to share more about the changes to the studio's business units. We have made the decision to stop development of Perfect Dark and Everwild, as well as wind down several unannounced projects across our portfolio. As part of this, we are closing one of our studios, The Initiative. These decisions, along with other changes across our teams, reflect a broader effort to adjust priorities and focus resources to set up our teams for greater success with a changing industry landscape. We did not make these decisions lightly, as each project and team represents years of effort, imagination, and commitment. They are consolidating. Our overall portfolio strategy is unchanged. Build games that excite our players, continue to grow our biggest franchises, create new stories, worlds, and characters. We have more than 40 projects in active development, continued momentum on titles shipping this fall, and a strong slate headed into 2026. For those directly affected, we are working closely with HR and studio leadership to provide support, including severance, career transition assistance, and where possible, opportunities to explore roles on other teams. To everyone across our studios, thank you. Your creativity and resilience continue to define who we are. I believe in the strength of our teams and the direction we're taking on the path ahead. Matt Booty Xbox Game Studios. So yeah, basically today everybody got fucked. That really, really sucks. That really sucks. Well, it's even worse than that. It's worse than that, true. They're not canceling one of the biggest IPs they own. Instead, they canceled their partnership with Crystal Dynamics, and because they're canceling their partnership with Crystal Dynamics, there is no more Perfect Dark. But because there is no more Perfect Dark, the entire studio that was working on it is getting shut down. So imagine being one of those developers and going in today knowing that, you know, chances are there might be cutbacks and, you know, hell, you're the low man on the totem pole, right? You very well may not have a job after today. But then you find out that Microsoft severed ties with Crystal Dynamics and therefore has killed the project that you and everybody else have been working on. And because of that, none of you have a job. Literally 0% of the people working there have a job anymore. Stopping development of a game people have been waiting for and then proceeding to close said studio is exactly the reason why Xbox is failing. You make a good game and yet still decide to make layoffs in said studio too. I can understand the anger. I completely get the anger, and I completely get why people are disappointed. I'm disappointed too, for sure. But we do have to remember one thing, as much as I know we all like to get emotional and everything like that. I get it. I completely get it. But unfortunately, the initiative had two things going for it. One is starting to wind down and can basically be taken care of by anybody, which is Elder Scrolls Online. The other one was Sea of Thieves. And let's be honest, when it comes to a lot of different things that have been happening over the years with Sea of Thieves, active support for certain areas of that game have not been a priority for the initiative for a very long time, right? And I should say Rare, because it's primarily Rare's fault, right? The big one for the initiative is Elder Scrolls Online, if I remember correctly. But, I mean, that's it. It sucks. And the initiative is kind of going down the tubes. And by I mean, oof. Everybody just got fired. Everything shown in the recent Xbox showcase from June is safe, according to our sources, including upcoming Xbox games like Clockwork Revolution and other previously announced games like State of Decay 3. We've seen positions in QA get hit in Activision, in Blizzard teams, as well as marketing and sales, and Undead Labs has reportedly received a round of layoffs as well, despite the fact the upcoming Zombie Apocalypse Simulator's development remains ongoing. Turn 10 has also seen a wide array of layoffs after Forza Motorsport received mixed reviews from sim racing fans. Microsoft has made cuts in its gaming and managerial and producer layers, with staff roles in production and game management being reduced. Microsoft's big layoff round has hit 9,000 staffers in various divisions, from Azure to Xbox, although information shared with us suggests that Xbox next-gen console hardware plans remain unaffected. It's another tough time for all those affected, and another bruise on Microsoft's record, although other big tech and gaming firms have laid off thousands this year as well, as technologies like AI continue to eat the human workforce. Despite reporting record profits, Microsoft has laid off over 15,000 people in 2025. Ouch. So, unfortunately, that is it. Perfect Dark is no more. Chances are Perfect Dark will continue to be no more. I think that's a bummer. I love how they say, oh, our strategy hasn't changed, blah, blah, blah. We want to make games still, but fuck you in the games you actually want. This is not them saying fuck you in the games you actually want. This is them... This wasn't... They all know that obviously stuff like this is going to be leaked, but they're not worried about what everybody outside the company has to say. They're worried about what everybody currently being fired and still with the company have to say, right? So what we read was stuff that was supposed to be internal memos and internal emails. Most recent Forza Motorsports sucked, so that doesn't surprise me. No, that's true. That's true. State of Decay 3 has been in development hell, so what the fuck do they have going for them? I mean, honestly, it could be a million different things, and I'm not defending them, but it very well could be that, and again, I'm speculating, I don't know anything, but it very well could be that since they were working with Crystal Dynamics turned around and they said, listen, this game's been in development hell, we've been busting our asses trying to help you out, we need some sort of payout because we're literally just having our people run around like fucking idiots the entire time for you, and we're not getting paid to do shit. And Microsoft said we're not doing that anymore. Unfortunately, we just don't know. We have no idea. There's zero clue, right? It could be a million different things. I think what's being overlooked too much is that they had an entire gameplay trailer for Perfect Dark, meaning the game was operational and heavily in development, but now it's just poof all down the drain, fucking over everyone's hard work on the game. They will be disappointed at this juncture if they expect to replace people with AI. AI is impressive, but it isn't ready for that. I foresee a oh shit hiring spree in the next few years. Hopefully. Of course, they'll be paid less. Probably. Even BO6 has seen a hit in players, and the reception to BO7 trailer was mixed at best. Yeah, but again, you have to remember, right? These are massive, massive, massive companies. I think what's happening, in all honesty, is, and it doesn't really matter whether it's Sony or whether it's Microsoft or Nintendo or any of the other big ones, I think what they're doing is they're battening down the hatches. I think that's what they're doing. I think they see the writing on the wall. I think they know what's coming. And they're trying to mitigate the damage done to them later on when the shit really hits the fan. By getting rid of as many what they're now deeming non-essential things as possible. Ooh, hiccups. They're prepping for the Great Reset. I think they are. Ooh. I think that's exactly what they're doing. Because you've had... Well, let's see. Just from 2 years ago, okay... Starting with, I think it was like 2 years ago, you had Baldur's Gate 3. You had a lot of fucking bangers of games. Well, let's go through the list. Greatest 2023 PC games. You had Baldur's Gate 3, you had Alan Wake 2, you had Cyberpunk 2077 Phantom Liberty, you had Dave the Diver, Resident Evil 4 Remake, you had Armored Core 6, right? You had Dead Space Remake, Dredge I know was another massive, massive one. This was the System Shock Remaster, and they just came out with the System Shock 2 Remaster. Hogwarts Legacy, much as there was a lot of controversy, that from what I understand it was a pretty decent game. You had Lies of P. And then everything else, with the exception of Counter-Strike 2 on here, kind of did meh to okay at best. Lethal Company was kind of a smash hit right out the gate, but that was also because of streamers. Atomic Heart did well enough for them to go, oh, hey, we can make a sequel. But everything else on this list sucked. Right? Street Fighter 6 was another one. Cocoon, I don't think many people played. Diablo 4 has been a massive disappointment. Hi-Fi Rush, they're just trying to unfuck that now. Slay the Princess, Talos Principle 2, most people didn't even know that 1 was out. Videoverse, same thing. Sea of Stars, same thing. Grand Blue Fantasy, same thing. Viewfinder, same kind of thing. That's a little known one. The Finals kind of bombed. Remnant 2 was okay, but it was a flash in the pan. Redfall was a disaster. Chance of Senar, no idea. Cobalt Core, no idea. I Expect You to Die 3, no idea. Amnesia the Bunker, got slept on. Path of the Midnight Sun, nobody really cared. Space for the Unbound, never even heard. Payday 3 was a flop. Cassette Beasts, like, we go through the list and it's going to be like this for the next 2 years, right? So that was 2023. If we go through 2024, Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erd Tree, no surprise there. Balatro, massive surprise. Helldivers 2, massive surprise. I know a lot of people love Metaphor ReFantasio, so I can't call it a bomb, that's for sure. Hades 2, I know people absolutely love. Destiny 2, The Final Shape, brought a lot of people back. Thank Goodness You're Here was a surprise hit. Dragon's Dogma 2, a lot of people, they really dug it. Animal Well, never seen or heard anything about it. Pacific Drive, did pretty well. Rise of the Golden Idol, sure. Manor Lords, bomb. Tactical Breach Wizards, it was cool for a minute. Lorelei and the Laser Eyes, never heard. Space Marine 2, massive smash hit. UFO 50, never heard of it. The War Within for World of Warcraft, a hit for a minute, and then everything kind of crapped out. Stellar Blade, massive hit. Level Devil, not a troll game. Don't know. Diablo 4, Rise of Hatred. Again, bomb. Tekken 8. Much as I love Tekken, there's no fucking way it stood up to Street Fighter 6. No fucking way. Enshrouded. A lot of people like Enshrouded. Black Ops 6, absolute bomb, even though a lot of people said it was definitely better than a lot of the previous ones. It still had a lot of issues. 1,000 Times Resist, never heard of it. Still Wakes the Deep was a sleeper that finally woke the fuck up and everybody loved it. Dungeons of Hinterberg, no idea. Path of Exile 2, big one. Really big one. Marvel Rivals, really big one. Persona 3 Reloaded, I know people went nuts for that. Stalker 2 people went nuts for. Black Myth Wukong, Silent Hill 2, Gray Zone Warfare, Once Human, the Abiotic Factor. These kind of fall somewhere in the middle. Hellblade 2, not as good as 1, but still damn good. Right? Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth. Dragon Age Like a Dragon, Infinite Wealth was really well done. Dragon Age Veilguard bombed hard. Indiana Jones and the Great Circle, when I played it at the end of last year, I easily said was one of the greatest games I'd played, and it ended up in my top 50. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, not the biggest release, but still pretty damn good. Test Drive Unlimited, don't care. Star Wars Outlaws, bomb. EA Sports FC 25, probably still made a lot of money. Starfield Shattered Space, along with Starfield, complete fucking bomb. Right? Like, you were either, like, there's very little in here so far that we've seen over the last 2 years that either A, isn't a smash hit, or B, isn't a complete fucking disaster. Let's check out 2025. I know we're only halfway through the year. Doom Dark Ages, banger. Monster Hunter Wilds, fucking disaster. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, fantastic. Clair Obscure Expedition 33, fantastic. Assassin's Creed Shadows, bomb. Avowed, heard it was pretty good. Civilization 7 is there. That's about all I can say about Civilization. It's there. Inzoi, flash in the pan. South of Midnight, haven't heard much of anything about it yet. Assetto Corsa Evo, probably that's a big one for racing enthusiasts. I get it. The Precinct 2025, Hyper Light Breaker, The 100 Line, Last Defense, never heard of it. Citizen Sleeper 2, I was never a fan of the first one, so that might just be me. First Berserker Kazan, massive fucking success right out the gate. Massive success. Outer Worlds 2, I don't think is out yet. It could be, but either way, I haven't played it. So that I don't know. Hell Is Us, haven't played it. Anno 117, same thing. Eternal Strands, nothing. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2, probably not going to be out this year or next. I'm going to call that an absolute disaster and a bomb. Subnautica 2, I'm sure will be huge. Mouse PI for Hire, haven't seen much about it. Killing Floor 3, I'm sure will do remotely okay. The Altars, don't care. Death Stranding 2, massive hit. Fatal Fury, City of Wolves, probably a pretty damn good, hit. Atom Fall, no idea. 2 Point Museum will probably do well. Dynasty Warriors Origins did pretty well. Lost Records, Bloom and Rage, is that even out yet? I feel like they've been advertising Lost Records for like 4 years now. Yeah. Tempest Rising, no. Mafia the Old Country has the potential to be a smash hit, but will it? Unfortunately, nobody knows until it comes out. Mafia the Old Country could very well be like Mafia 2, where it's quite literally a fantastic game, but the actual game is only like 5 hours long. That's why for most Mafia games, I don't touch them. Because Mafia 2, in my opinion, was easily the best out of all of them, and the fucking thing was only like 5 hours long. That's really sad. Crimson Desert, don't know. Eric's Home Stolen Dream, don't know. Tales of the Shire isn't out yet. It's basically Stardew Valley with hobbits. Wuchang Fallen Feathers, I don't think is out yet. Borderlands 4 is gonna bomb. Shadow Labyrinth, don't know. Sniper Elite Resistance, maybe. Ghost of Yote is going to be a hit. MGS Delta is going to be a hit. Splitgate 2, I think, wasn't there something that came out about Splitgate 2 and it kind of bombed? Rune Factory, Guardians of Azuma, I don't know. Date Everything, I know that a lot of people have loved the demo of Date Everything so far, so that's probably going to fall in the same realm as, like, Doki Doki, basically. So, yeah, like, again, we're looking at a bunch of games. Some of them we already know are amazing. Some of them we know are going to be amazing. Others are kind of finding success, but not to the success of, like, the smash hits, and then everything else just bombs hard. That's sad. Honestly, feels like gamers' expectations have just gotten higher and higher and higher. If we look at all the major games from the last 6 years compared to the early 2010s and 2000s, they blow them out of the water. And I don't think that's subjective one bit. Like, sure, you have great games from those times, but we are really spoiled now, and hits and flops have been a thing each year in gaming since forever. I'll touch on that in a second. I don't think you're completely wrong at all, actually, but there's a caveat to that. Outer Worlds 2 is not out and is going to sell at $80, and I wish I was kidding. Yeah, it probably is. Lost Records is out, at least the first part, and South of Midnight is really good. I've seen gameplay of that one. Okay. I'm busy going through the still legal registry list for my vape juices. Oh boy. Date Everything is a full release already. Okay. I enjoyed Mafia 2. So good to put Mafia 1 remake to shame. Oh, Mafia 1 was good, but it was only good enough to get a sequel. Don't get me wrong, I liked playing Mafia 1, but Mafia 2 is where it's at. You know, like, that's just how it is. Mafia 2 is the greatest out of all of them, right? Mafia 3 is kind of so-so. Mafia the Old Country, you know, I'm interested to see where they go with it and how they do it. But Mafia 2 by far is the best out of all of them, for sure. It just sucks because the game cost $50 back in the day, which I know sounds stupid now, but that was full price for games at the time, and the fucking thing was only 5 hours long. You know what's annoying the piss out of me? I'm like, fuck, guys. Okay, fair. So, to your point, here's the thing. I don't think, True, that you can generalize what is currently going on with what was going on back in the 2000s. Here's the reason why. Because there's always going to be games that are going to come out and are going to be smash hits. We know this. But more and more, there are games out there that aren't going into the middle, right? It's now you have a very, very, very stark contrast between smash hit and complete fucking disaster, right? Now, there were games that were announced in the early 2000s and even the 2010s, and sure, they got canceled, and, you know, sure, they may not have, like, performed as well and everything else, and fair enough. But we have never, ever, ever had a list of games where we can look back and go, smash hit bomb, smash hit bomb, smash hit bomb, 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 smash hit, bomb, smash hit, smash hit, bomb, 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 bomb. You have never seen so many companies lose so much money in so little time before. Never. Most of the time, even in the PS2 and PS3 era, or if you go further back and you go for the PlayStation 1 and or even further back and go with Sega Saturn and Dreamcast and Sega CD and Genesis and Nintendo and Super Nintendo, there have always been games that have not been good. Correct. But the difference is that most of those games, even though they weren't necessarily good games, the majority of them did and would find some meager amount of success. And most of those games, especially back in the Genesis and Super Nintendo and original Nintendo, and even back before that with Atari, those games, you might be looking at months to create, and it could take 2 people. Versus now, where you have entire studios filled with hundreds of people that literally get the rug pulled out from under them because the company controlling you and your actions decided, yeah, no, it's not worth it anymore, even though we spent $100 million on it. And that's not even including everybody's pay that we have to make sure goes to them every 2 weeks or every week or every month, right? So they're spending hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of millions of dollars, and then Microsoft comes around and says, nope, that's it. Our partnership with Crystal Dynamics is done. Therefore, Perfect Dark is done. Therefore, fuck all of you who are working on Perfect Dark. You're now out of a job. You have never, ever, ever seen anything like that up until the last couple of years. You just haven't. Usually it would take about 6 months to a year if there was a real, like, absolute bomb of a game before that studio went out of business. That's typically how it would work. right? So yes, there are a lot of games that flop. Hey, look, it's Itzy and Corgi. What's going on? There are a lot of games that have flopped over the years. Absolutely, 100%. But over the last few years, the amount of games that have either been a smash hit or a complete and utter disaster have easily tripled. And you can clearly tell, unfortunately, where the market's going. Right? You can clearly tell where the market's going, and it sucks, but it's the truth. How many years have we been waiting on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines 2? When was that first announced? 2017, 2018? It's been almost 10 fucking years. Easily, it's gotta be. We've been waiting on that for almost 10 years. And we still have nothing. We don't even have new trailers for it yet. Because the thing's been built up to a certain extent, and then one company went out of business because they ran out of money and couldn't get extra funding. And then that IP got sold off, and because the IP got sold off, it went to another company that literally started out by tearing everything apart that the previous company did in order to start fresh and make sure that everything is the way that it should be. And then the people who were in control of it went, no, we don't like it. You got to do it all over again. And then because that company didn't want to do it, then it changed hands a third time to another company that said, yeah, this way sucks. This is really stupid. Tore it all down again and started back up from scratch. Like, that's literally been Bloodlines 2's development history. I don't think we're going to see it anytime soon. I really don't. We haven't seen anything like this with the way that the video game industry is working now. And I think that's kind of the big deal. That's I think everybody sees the writing on the wall. And they're trying to consolidate so when the shit does hit the fan, they can bore the brunt of it. I think that's what's going on. I think companies like Microsoft know that there's going to be a massive, massive, massive problem ahead. And they're battening down the hatches and everything like that. I think Sony's doing the same thing. I think Nintendo is trying to secure their spot in where they are currently by cranking out as many mediocre releases as they possibly can that aren't getting people excited for the Nintendo Switch 2 at all. And they're just trying to grasp at straws so that they can stay alive for one more cycle. Or for one more great reset, I guess would be the best way to put it. I think that's what's happening. As much as that sucks, and we are losing out on really good games because of it, I think that really, really sucks. But I think that's what's going on. It is a bummer, but what are you going to do? I mean, what do you guys think? Same exact thing that basically happened to Fable. Yeah. I think Scam Citizen and Half-Life 3 will release long before Bloodlines 2 will. I think you're right. I really think you're right. I really, really do. There was hope way back in the day, and now I just have none. Whenever I see Bloodlines 2, I go, oh yeah, I remember that was supposed to be a thing, and it's not. Yeah, or what's going to happen is they'll release it next year, but it's going to be so shit that everybody is just going to forget about it as fast as they possibly can. And then the people behind Bloodlines 2 are also going to be fired almost immediately. I think it's one of those two. Sadly. But yeah, this is the first time we've had it this bad. Now, a lot of people are saying this is also one of the greatest years for gaming, and I agree. But in a perfect world, Doom Dark Ages, Monster Hunter Wilds, Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, Expedition 33, Assassin's Creed Shadows, Avowed, Civ 7, Inzoi, South of Midnight, Assetto Corsa, The Precinct, Hyper Light Breaker. These guys right here should be the top 12 so far. They should be the top 12 so far, and they're not. I almost splurged on a Switch 2, but I bought a portable AC instead, and now I'm sitting here in a 62-degree room relishing my choice. Hell yeah, Itsy. Hell yeah. Now you can use blankets all year round. They say that every year, and they're not wrong either. They're not, right? Name the last time you had Kingdom Come Deliverance as a game. That was what, 5 years ago? So yeah, of course. It's a great year for gaming, right? Doom Dark Ages was a hit. Everybody knows it was a hit. May not be as good as Doom Eternal, but still a hit. Expedition 33 came out of nowhere and fucking decimated. Avowed, I heard, is pretty damn good. Civilization 7. Civilization always does well, right? But then you have Monster Hunter Wilds, which has been nothing but a disappointment, which should have been an easy grab for Capcom, and they still somehow fucked it up. You have Assassin's Creed Shadows, which bombed just as hard, if not harder, than Star Wars Outlaws. And you have Inzoi, which at best, because it's still so early in its development, is flash in the pan. That's it. So out of 12, you've got 8 so far that, You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that are actually doing really decent. 6 is a bomb. 7's a flash in the pan. South of Midnight, haven't seen or heard much about it, so I don't really know. Assetto Corsa is going to do well, we know that. Precinct, for what it was, did moderately well. Hyper Light Breaker, that's number 12. Haven't seen much of it, but it'll probably do semi-decent. So we've got a mix. We've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of chances are the biggest games that we will see this year, right? Minus a couple that are coming out in a few months. One of the biggest bombs in Ubisoft's history. So it's like, there's a lot going on, and for a lot of different reasons. And I'm not saying that these games aren't fun. I'm saying that, unfortunately, it's one of those deals that, for God knows what reason, doesn't matter what it is, it did financially about as well as most people thought it would, but there have been a lot of problems with it. But most people are tacking it up to doing as well as it did because it's an Assassin's Creed title, not because it's an original thing. It's just Assassin's Creed, but it just so happens to be in Japan. That's it. It's like, from what I understand and from what I've read, and from what I've seen when people actually go and play it, they go, yeah, it's Assassin's Creed. That's why I like it, because it's Assassin's Creed. Has nothing to do with the fact that it's in Japan, even though that's what all the hype was about and everything else. It's just, oh, it's an Assassin's Creed game. Doom was a blast. Yeah, Doom was fun. E33, easily one of the best games I've played this year, and of all time. Easily. But my point still stands. There are 12 right here. Right? 5 of them are smash hits, and nobody can deny it. Right? 5 out of 12. That's not good. These should be the top 12 right now. And they're not. That's kind of the problem, right? And it's been going on since before COVID, where we've had more and more that are, they look great on paper, but then something happens and they come out broken, or they don't come out at all, or they come out and it's not what was promised, or it's a massive disappointment, and either way, the end result is the thing bombs. How is that not good? Because they were putting all of their effort and time into Assassin's Creed Shadows to making sure that it was going to be the most successful Assassin's Creed that there has ever been, and one of the biggest reasons why it sold is because it's an Assassin's Creed game. So there's nothing actually special about it being in Japan, other than the fact that it's just kind of a new location for them. Regardless of all the shit that they talked, regardless of all the dumb shit that they did and everything else, it didn't actually make any more money specifically because it was in Japan, which is something everyone wanted for years, and they just bought it because, oh, it's an Assassin's Creed game. That's it. With as many developer teams as there is making games now that make it to the top gaming of the year discussion, the fact that 5 out of them made major hits is good. No, it's not. Every single one of them should be a smash hit. Every single one. Period. You're spending, when a company spends, and I don't care who you are, when a company spends tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars in investment and years with a giant red number in a ledger with nothing to show for it, every single one of those games should come out and should be a smash fucking hit. Every single one of them. Period. It's like we learned nothing during the PS2 and PS3 phase. We learned absolutely nothing. Like, there's a reason why PS2 is one of the greatest consoles ever made, and it's, yeah, there were a shit ton of games, absolutely, but it also had some of the biggest hits of its entire lifespan, including the lifespan of other consoles. Right? Now it's just throw a dart at a wall and pray the idea is a good one. Can I ask a serious question? Sure. That's the biggest difference. We've learned nothing from the PS2 days. In fact, the people who made the PS2, Sony, have gone out of their way in some instances to be complete shitbags. It's much easier for games from that era to live through system life cycles. You're missing the point entirely. You're 100% missing the point. The point is, back then you had more hits on one console than you did anywhere else for said console's entire lifespan, which was not a short lifespan, by the way. It didn't matter whether Nintendo had something new out for GameCube, or whether Xbox had something new out, or whatever. It didn't matter. If it wasn't a PS2, nobody gave a shit anymore, because the development cycle was going way too fucking slow for the new stuff or for the stuff that Nintendo was trying to do, and Nintendo went back and relied on their old tried and true shit, which is now the only stuff that they do. It's very, very, very rare, and I think this is probably the first year that we're actually going to see something that is not specifically Nintendo be on a Nintendo console that probably isn't going to do all that hot. Let's be honest, right? It probably isn't. It'll do marginally well, but it's probably not going to do as well as a lot of people are hoping. And yes, I'm talking about the new FromSoft game. Right? That's just how it is. Now, yes, you are right. There are a million different reasons why there were a lot of bigger hits and a lot of things that lasted the lifetime of the console and everything else. It still does not change the fact that this is the first time in this period of time that we are seeing arguably just as many absolute bombs as we are smash hits. And we are not, unless you're talking about smash hits, we're also not seeing massive return on investments like we used to, right? It could cost, let's say, $200,000 to make a video game for the a flagship PS2 title. It could cost $200,000 back in the day. Now, we literally have a company who is touting that they spent over $1 billion on one fucking game that they've had 13 years to develop, and the fucking thing still isn't out. In fact, it was pushed back till next year. Sushi date time. Ooh, have fun sushi date. Have fun sushi date, Itzy. An insane amount of games are also being made now compared to then. Yes, they are. And that's the point. That's exactly my point. Claire Obscure came from literally a core team of 33 people and a dog. And they are all industry veterans that finally decided, you know what? Not only that, by the way, the head of Claire Obscure, you want to know where he came from? The same company that tried to give us Assassin's Creed Shadows and Star Wars Outlaws. He came from Ubisoft. And even specifically said one of the biggest reasons why they started Sandfall was because they didn't want to deal with the bullshit the Ubisoft has to go through when it comes to corporate pressure anymore, when it comes to Star Wars Outlaws and Assassin's Creed Shadows and what the next Assassin's Creed game is going to be, and the cookie cutter release that they always do for an Assassin's Creed game. And every time they try something new, it automatically bombs because they can't get it right and they don't know when to shut the fuck up. Literally, this is stuff that literally Sandfall was fighting against. And this guy literally came from Ubisoft, and it's a brand new studio, and they destroyed. They absolutely destroyed. What are you talking about? Lethal Company was last year. We saw that. We saw Lethal Company. Right here. Lethal Company. There are games that work better now from 2 years ago. System Shock. Right? System Shock Remaster. Works better than it ever has. Did it top the charts at number one? No, but it was actually a damn good remaster. System Shock 2 Remaster, from what I understand, is also pretty damn good. The one thing that most people are having problems with is people that have a 50 series NVIDIA card are still getting micro stuttering for something that's basically just the same gameplay and same exact game with a brand new skin on it. That's the only issue that I've heard so far when it comes to System Shock 2 Remaster. That's it. And those games are running better than Monster Hunter Wilds. So how is it that games that are over 20 years old with a facelift are doing better than Monster Hunter Wilds? That has absolutely nothing to do with, oh, well, there are a million games made all the time now. And this. No, it's because Capcom doesn't give a fuck. Capcom just goes, oh, well, we'll throw an EXE in there and throw it on the PC, and yeah, sure, people will like it. It's Monster Hunter. Monster Hunter Worlds did fantastic. Because they don't give a shit. They don't care. And I said this the other night. I'm pretty sure the only franchise that Capcom actually gives a shit about now is Resident Evil. That's it. Everything else can get fucked. Because that was clearly evident, and I'm sorry, I know a lot of people liked it, but that was clearly evident when it came to Devil May Cry 5. Even though the music was fantastic and the story was great, everything felt like it was set in concrete. Everything. Devil May Cry 5 to me was a massive disappointment for something that should have been a game where I was able to actually celebrate how absolutely wacky and insane the premise of those games are, and it was just a disappointment. That's really all it was. Monster Hunter Wilds had the potential to literally sit there and be the next thing that took over gaming for at least 8 months, because Monster Hunter World did exactly that. And they bombed so fucking hard because they just went, oh yeah, no, the first one worked fine. Everybody loved it. Fuck it. We don't care. Why not? It's because they don't care. What's wild is Schedule 1 sold around 8 million copies, making over 100 million, compared to the likes of Kingdom Come 2, which was only around 5 million and is being considered Game of the Year contesting. Yeah, exactly. But you want to know the biggest difference? The biggest difference is that you have something like Schedule 1 that's been marred in controversy since it first came out, especially considering the medium in which they're talking about. Name one other game that allows you to be as interactive as you are in Schedule 1, where you start off with weed and then eventually you move on to hardcore drugs, to quite literally the point where you're selling people drugs where they have a 60% chance of death. Sorry, it's a controversial game. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2 tells a really fantastic story. And it also is a very long game. So what you pay for versus what you get is astronomical. Right? You pay $60, you pay $70 for it, you're still getting 120 plus hours out of the damn thing. You just are. And there's nothing wrong with that. We have never seen anything like this in video game history. Never. Even way back during the first massive video game crash, we have never seen anything like this. Most of the time it was, especially back during the first big crash, everybody was like, okay, just crap out as much as you can, as fast as you can, sell it for $20, $50, $90. I don't give a shit. Sell it for as much as you possibly, and then they just keep shitting out constant stuff and constant stuff and constant stuff, and then everybody turns around and finally looks at it and says, wow, everything that just came out is shit, and nobody bought anything, and then that's when everything went to hell. We have never seen it to the point where some of the biggest games in the world, or what should be the biggest games in the world, are some of the biggest flops. We have never seen another period of time where it's been like that. Never. And think about it. If this was 20 years ago during the PS2 era, much as I really, really like watching people play Lethal Company or some of the other clones of it and stuff like that, that game, because of the way the PS2 and because of the way the consoles and computers worked back then, right? It's great that you see things like Lethal Company and even Claire Obscure come out and just knock it out of the park. That's absolutely fantastic. But when you have something like Doom the Dark Ages and all people want to talk about is, well, I mean, it's not as good as, like Doom Eternal, when they've been saying the entire time it's nothing like Doom Eternal. When you have games like Monster Hunter Wilds, which everybody expected to be an absolute amazing game and another home run from Capcom, and Capcom couldn't even be fucking bothered to give you a frame rate that's constant, let alone anywhere over 30 frames. Because yet again, they don't give a shit about anything other than Resident Evil. Then Claire Obscure comes out of nowhere and blows Monster Hunter Wilds out of the park. Assassin's Creed Shadows does well, but not for the right reasons and not well enough. A lot of people like Avowed, and there's nothing wrong with that, but nobody's talking about Avowed. Civilization has always been one of those games where it appeals to a very rabid yet niche group, so it's already accelerating in that instance. That's all well and fine. Inzoi's way too early for it to be considered a great game. It's just a flash in the pan. That's all it is right now, because you can't do basically anything that you see in the trailers. How many more games are we going to get that are incomplete and we're promised the world and then we don't get shit for our anywhere between $70 to $100 before everything finally comes crashing down around them? And I think, like I said, and this is why I brought this whole thing up, I think Microsoft can see the writing on the wall, and that's why they did what they did. Because again, it's a hell of a lot easier to make sure that something that everybody is familiar with and everybody wants is greenlit versus something that hasn't been used for an IP in the better part of 30 years, and it's a massive risk. They're circling the wagons. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely they are. I really, really feel like that's what's happening, right? They're trying to get everything out as fast as they possibly can because they know that when the shit hits the fan, they're going to take a big hit. They all know that. I think it's all just a product of the time. Back then, no one looked at games like they should be a hit, like you say, because they were being made and put out in times where everything they were doing was basically new and not done yet, but now almost everything has been done and is under a microscope from gamers expecting the most. I think you are putting the onus on the wrong group. In all honesty, I think you're putting the onus on the wrong group, especially considering there are games that are really, really, really good out there that I've played that don't have anything but crap graphics at best. And there's still really good stories, and there's still a lot of fun to play, and generally speaking, everyone, even if they're in early development, generally speaking, everyone really enjoys their time with it. Graphics don't mean shit. They never have. When it comes to expectations, the only expectations people have now, especially over the last 10 years, is, I want a game to fucking work. And when finally we have people that sit there and they go, okay, well, we're going to not only make sure that the game works, but we're going to also give you everything that you want, expectations rise. Because the people in charge just told you what they were going to do for you. And then the game comes out and it bombs because everything that was promised is now gone. Right? That's what's going on. It's the Overwatch 2 problem. Same thing. They specifically said, we want to give you everything, all that PvE stuff that we were supposed to be doing and everything else. We're switching that over to Overwatch 2 and everything like that, but there's this kind of big problem, and that kind of big problem is that, well, in order to make sure that we can do our absolute and very best with Overwatch 2, we got to shut down Overwatch 1, and that also means that you guys got to buy a brand new copy of Overwatch 2 in order to get everything that we're promising you. And in less than 6 months, they came out and they went, yeah, you remember how we told you about all that PvE stuff that we were going to do and how we were going to change things around and make it really fun and do all these stories, and it wouldn't just be vignettes, and you'd be able to interact with the characters and play through certain points in their life and everything else. Yeah, no, that's all going out the shitter. Fuck you. That's what's going on. So when it comes to people's expectations, the people's expectations are being set by the people who are promising everything, right? Perfect example, Starfield. Starfield's okay. Is it the best game in the world? Not even remotely close. But by the way Todd described it, it should have been Game of the Year for the last 2 fucking years. Because it was 25 years in the making. And it doesn't even have half the shit that fucking Skyrim does. And how old is Skyrim? That's the problem. We're being promised the world, and unfortunately, we're not getting much out of it. We're just not. And I think Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo and all the others see it. I think that's what's happening. And like Alan said, to put it very succinctly, they're circling the wagons. That's what they're doing. It really, really sucks that Perfect Dark, unfortunately, is on the chopping block. I completely agree. I hate that Perfect Dark is on the chopping block. I think that sucks a lot. I was really looking forward to it. But hey, if it costs them too much money and it's an IP that they haven't dealt with in years, decades, right? That's a hell of a lot bigger risk than just making sure that Ubisoft has made enough money to turn around and make their next Assassin's Creed game, which probably comes out late next year. Or that Activision Blizzard is able to put out Black Ops 8 next year. You see what I mean? That's the issue. Because that stuff is safe. That stuff is really safe. They can just literally rinse and repeat for those games all the time. I'm just so tired of safe games. I think everybody's tired of safe games. I think everybody's really tired of them. And I don't blame you. I don't blame anybody for being tired of safe. I mean, and let me put it this way. There's a game that to this day, people are still calling for a remake of. Now, do I necessarily agree that there should be a full-blown remake? Probably not. However, I can see the appeal with it, and it's a game that came out in 2000. called Deus Ex. People have been wanting that for years, but I guarantee I know why we will never get it, and it's very, very simple. It's because everybody that was really creative back then and had the freedom to make those kinds of games are probably no longer in the fucking industry or are buried under so much shit making games that they don't really care to make and they know are probably going to flop, that they can't do anything. Right? Like, fuck Mankind Divided and the other one, right? Fuck Deus Ex Invisible War. People want the original Deus Ex to be remade. I don't ever see it happening. I'm fine with remakes and remasters, but when it's the same cookie cutter BS games, I get so annoyed. Oh no, I agree. I completely agree. 100%. Sadly, the majority of today's gamers' minds are fried, and they want the best 4K graphics and highest frame rates, and attention spans are cooked, so trash games like COD stay afloat. No, that's not the only reason. Trash games like COD stay afloat because they flood the market. Right? You have a very, very, very tiny... If you, as an indie dev, think you can do better than Activision Blizzard at their own game, that's fine, but you have a very, very, very tiny window of success that you have to hit. And if you don't, then it doesn't matter, because you can release a game and the next day all the attention will be diverted to the brand new Black Ops trailer that just dropped. So everybody's just going to immediately lose interest. That's unfortunately the truth, and it sucks, but it is what it is. Okay, my door's still here, my bikes are still here, my buggy's still here. Liking this so far. There is a storm that is passing. I'm not even on the same server as you, Spectre. Can you imagine if GTA 6 gets canceled? That won't happen, but what I can absolutely imagine is people, like, being insanely disappointed. Oh, wait a minute. I gotta change a thing. Hang on. Because I changed stuff on this mouse, last night. Oops, wrong one. There we go. And then it only went up to 8, I believe, right? Yeah, it only went up to 8 anyway, so I think that's the only one that I have to do. Yeah, how many indie games have gotten fucked over because the big names decided to say, oh, by the way, we're releasing this game? Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Sorry I had to run and go take a couple happy corgi pills, go yell at a tree and eat something. No, it's all good. Okay, I think that should be it, because it typically only goes 1 through 8. 9 is still good. And where's Dash? No. Really? Okay, I guess I'll do that. That'll work. Fuck it. It's interesting how successful some indie games get from basically no marketing. Like, you can say streamers, sure, but even then Schedule 1 blew the fuck up well before it got huge with the streamers, which seems weird. No, it's not weird. When you have something that people really, really want, there's nothing wrong with that, right? There's nothing wrong with that at all. It really just depends a lot on the time in which you release it. If there's nothing going on, and the new Black Ops game has a ways before it comes out, you know, you got like 6 to 8 months before you really have to worry about a new Black Ops game, and you can release it at roughly the right time, you don't have much of anything to worry about. But it's being able to release it at that right time, which sometimes in itself is a miracle. A massive one. Let me see. Gotta get rid of the ore. Or a new Soulsborne game. Yeah, I mean, hey, if it's a new Soulsborne game, same thing. Right? It is what it is. But, again, you usually have at least a few years between Soulsborne stuff. I could have sworn okay, whatever. Is there anything else? I don't think so. Leaf suspensor belt. Okay, that I need to repair. Hell's making it? Why is my... What? There's something down here. Well, it's nothing down here. At least it shouldn't be. I do have to grab these out. There. There. Ooh, you know what? Wait, what the fuck? Hang on. Why are all my settings changed all of a sudden? Hello? Keybinds. Oops. Interesting. I'll have to figure out what the hell did that. There was an update, I believe it changed default keybinds. Oh, yay. Thank goodness for Game Pass. I agree. I absolutely agree. Okay, so let me see here. Oh, no. Shit. It's not what I wanted. Fuck. Hang on. I gotta remap this shit now, which is dumb, but it is what it is. Okay. Let me try that. Nope. Okay, well, I'll have to figure that out. Let me see. There was something I wanted to check, and I can't remember what. For the life of me, I can't fucking remember. Shit. Oh, no, you know what? I know exactly what it was. Hang on. There. Okay. Blocked by another... Oh, fuck off. Hang on, I know exactly what's going on. Demolish that. Back here. Here. If I put it over here, it'll be fine. Like so. And then... There. Good. Oh, really? They won't let you do that? That's kinda stupid. Okay, well, wait a minute. I know we got ladders. Actually, you know what? Hang on. I might be able to fudge this a little bit. Here. No. Fuck. Granted, it was on PS5, but I wasn't 100% sure how well it would run on my PC, because AMD, still a great game regardless. Same with Indie. Wasn't real sure how it would run, so I waited. Still a damn good game. Yeah. And that's totally fair. And honestly, I would recommend literally everyone kind of just wait. Is that gonna... I don't know, we're gonna find out. No. No, that's... okay. Not gonna work. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Well, I tried. So, demolish that. Demolish that. Just go back to a fucking ceiling. Give Xbox 10 years tops before they no longer make consoles and push everything into PC and handhelds and just have an Xbox app. I mean, that's what they were doing with the Xbox Game Showcase. They didn't... The only new hardware that they showed us was the portable one, which is a massive, massive, massive step, because now you can get stuff from Game Pass and Steam and a couple of other places. They're already doing that. They didn't say shit about the Xbox Series X and S, and they specifically only said anything about it when they had to show the shit at the very end of the trailer that showed what it was going to be available on. That was it. They never talked about the actual honest-to-God consoles. Never. Once. During that whole showcase. If E33 hadn't released this year, Indie would be my game of the year. That's totally fair. Indie was a fantastic, fantastic game. That's 1,000,000% fair. I was hoping to be able to figure out a way Hang on. To get up to the roof without having to jump through a bunch of bullshit. Oh, I need iron. Okay. Fair enough. Where's all my fucking iron? That's steel. Oh, apparently I need more iron. Nice. Good thing I waited. No, they've already shown that that's what they're doing. They've already shown that. You don't even have to think. That's exactly what they're doing. They're stepping away from hardware because they're losing money on hardware. Meanwhile, and you don't have to go far to look. Meanwhile, their revenue went up 85% on Game Pass from last year. That is a massive rise. Oh, no power. Duh. 229. Fair enough. Turn this on. There we go. Depending on how well the portable does and how soon they can get into the market, I agree, and you know what? I honestly kind of feel like they'll be able to do really, really, really well. I do. Not me over here trying to convince my husband we need a mini fridge and a love sack so I never have to leave my bedroom ever again. Nice. What's your question, Spectre? But yeah, no, they showcased that shit earlier this year during the game showcase. That's unfortunately a given, sadly. June went pretty decent. It went pretty good. There we go. Much better. Disabled. Shit. This'll have to do... Oh. Jesus. These things are fucking heavy. Holy shit. Okay. Wasn't expecting that. Oh my god. Leap. Passive. Passive. I'll take another leap, which I don't think I did. There we go. Yeah, but it's not copying if you can do it better. That's one thing that I think a lot of people get wrong, is you can create a thing, sure. Absolutely. Anybody can create a thing. And everybody can have it, and it'll be a smash hit, and nobody's really going to complain. But nobody's complaining about the Nintendo Switch being a smash hit. People are currently complaining, though, about the Switch 2 not living up to expectations. And now all of a sudden Microsoft is coming out with something that's absolutely going to blow the doors off of the Switch 2, because you don't have to just worry about things being only through Nintendo or only through Microsoft. You can get literally anything and everything that you want through Game Pass and Steam, which, let's face it, most people do anyway. That's how it works. That's not copying, that's just doing it better. Thought Spice was yellow. No, in the book, Spice was originally blue. Spice was originally blue in the book, which is why in the movies they still have the blue eyes. In the 1984 version, it basically looked like cinnamon on a turd. In the miniseries, it looked more like, again, cinnamon on a turd. And then in the last two movies, it actually looked like some sort of spice and not just cinnamon caked onto a turd. Just remembered something I meant to ask you a couple days ago but forgot to. What's that? Extract water. Yes. Okay. Before I go anywhere, I really, really need to figure out this thing that I really want to do. I mean, I guess I could put a ladder. I guess. I don't really want to, if I'm being honest. Okay. Got 1,100 hours there, which is great. We got 90, well, over 100 hours there. So we're good for now. How'd you fix the drift on your DualSense? I didn't. I got a new one. I didn't fix the drift. What I did instead was spike the old one into the fucking floor until it exploded and got a new one. Cinnamon Turds is my favorite breakfast cereal. Nice. Okay. That's a planar suspensor belt. I don't want it. Don't want the planar. Can I put it in here? Yes. Fuck it. Mine is doing it really bad, and I don't want to put hall sensors in it. Yeah, that was unfortunately kind of the only recourse that I had too. Which was either spend anywhere between like $60 to $120 to get Hall effect sensors put in by some company, and God knows how long it was going to take, or just say fuck it and bite the bullet and buy a new one, because by the time I'm gonna need another one, chances are the PS6 will be out anyway. So yeah, I'm on my I am on my second PlayStation 5 controller, which is a bummer, but what are you gonna do? That should all be good. Yeah, I'll put that there for now, just until I get to where I'm going. And then I should have more than enough fuel. Oh, wait. I gotta make repairs. I don't want to lose treads in the middle of the open sand. That would be bad. They're not terrible, but they're starting to get there. So chances are, after these next 2 runs, I'm gonna have to fucking change out the treads, or just say fuck it and go with the Mark III. My son was raised on the PS4. You can't even imagine how many controllers we've gone through. Fair. Yeah. I think a friend is gonna give me the Edge for my birthday. Nice. Funnily enough, I fixed my DualSense drift without with a random Reddit thread fix I found the other day. Yeah, I tried everything before I finally just had to give up. Oh. Well, that was weird. Definitely one hell of a way to make an exit. Thank God no one saw that. Yeah. And what really sucks is I have to go around this long way to get to where I need to go. Because if I go any other way, I have to try and get through quicksand and... Well, we kind of all know how that one went the last time. Yeah, your analog stick might be borked. Oh yeah, it's totally borked. Absolutely. Blow some air into it as temporary solution, or try pressing really hard and then doing... That only works for so long because of the way that it's actually made. Sadly. Yeah, but you'd be surprised how quickly that stops working. Like, even as a temporary thing. Because you're talking, like, minutes. There is a lot of activity going on with that worm today, and I don't like it. Fuck it, just go. Fuck it, just go. Wow, that worm is really pissy today. I'm surprised people aren't all over that spice. Jesus Christ. That's a lot of fucking spice.
Hello.
Oh, god damn it. Hello? Hello there.
I'm gonna get you. I'm gonna get you.
I don't even know if that worked.
It's alright, I'm friendly. You don't have to run away.
I'm trying it because they fucking... One sec. What the fuck did they do to all my keybinds? Hang on. Voice chat, 9. God damn it. They did fuck all my stuff up. I went to the default V and it wasn't V, and it's like, well, what the shit? I was actually trying to talk to them and I couldn't. That sucks so much. Oh my god, why? Did they actually die? I don't even know. I was like, I heard something, but I was genuinely trying to, like, talk back, and I couldn't. It sounded like they crashed. Oh no. I'm not seeing them. It had to have been here. That's the only thing I could think of. Oh, that sucks. That thoroughly sucks. Okay, I gotta do something then. Because now I feel really fucking bad. Oh, the ornithopters? Yeah, the ornithopters are awesome. But now I feel really, really, really fucking bad. So, I gotta get somewhere really quick. Because I gotta put something in the Discord. There, okay, I'm enclosed, so that's fine. But give me a second here. Yeah, I mean, it's all in character, so it's like... I don't rightly know in character. Gen chat. Okay, sorry, here we go. There we go. I haven't heard the word ornithopter since I stopped playing Magic. Fair. Yeah, no, I just put in there, I said, whoever was following a guy on a sand bike at South Hogger Rift in a Thopter, I'm so sorry. I didn't realize all my hotkeys and bindings had been reset. I was trying to talk and there was nothing. Because I'm not going to lie, that really sucks. That really, really sucks. And I actually feel bad about that. That actually, like, really, really blows if that happened. Oh, maybe that's her. I don't know. But that sucked so fucking bad. Yeah, let me just check and make see. Why is my... God, my ping sucks today. Okay, tell you what, because apparently I'm not fit for human consumption just yet. I'm gonna hide in this corner, and I'm gonna go into the settings, and I'm gonna redo my fucking keybinds, because that really sucks a lot. That thoroughly sucks. Let's see. Yay for updates fucking things up. Yeah, like seriously fucking things up. Poke Shadow, yeah, still kind of raw on this. Well, it's like, it just blows when it's like, you have somebody and they're trying to be friendly and trying to start RP and it's like, you're trying to talk and nothing's happening. And then they might have blown up. So, can I do... Maybe? Hang on, let me see. Okay, that's how I gotta do it. Gotcha. Okay, this is gonna take a second. Unfortunately. Here. Yes. Yes. Good. Okay. Okay. That still works. Yes, and then here. Okay. Should be good there. Should be. And then one more. What do I want that one as? Yeah, I guess I could do that. That's fine. Good. And then settings, keybinds. And what do I have for dash currently? Okay, that's a problem. Okay, that'll work for dash. That's fine. Hello. All right, got it. Took a second, but we got it. Actually, I'm here already. Hang on.
Back again.
Can you teach me more?
Our journey together ends here. I can take you no further.
But there's more I want to learn.
The seats of the great houses are your best chance. Harko and Erakin. I recall seeing the odd adept pass through from time to time.
Will they teach me?
I'm sure you'll make it worth their time. Just don't mention my name.
Got it. So I have to go to either Erakin or Harko. Makes sense. Okay. Good. Okay, these are all working. That's a good thing. Nasal jealousy. That is a word. That's 2 words, actually. I really, really do feel fucking bad. I sincerely hope that whoever that person was didn't just fucking biff their ornithopter into the side of a rock because of me. No, I need my nose. Don't take my nose. Like that, imagine having put God knows how many dozens of hours into building a fucking ornithopter, and that's your first ornithopter, and you're having fun, and there's some guy clearly doing really well on a bike to stay away because he's trying to figure out what the fuck is going on with his keybinds for voice, and then all of a sudden you just biff it into the side of a fucking rock. That would suck. That would thoroughly suck. And all because you were trying to be nice. Yeah, but so what? She was harmless. If she wanted to, she could have easily fucking deep sixed me and no one would have known. She clearly had the advantage. This is gonna be dumb, but we're doing it anyway. Fuck it. I'm really glad I slowed down. Like, really, really glad. Is it down this way? It might be. Nope, that's a dead end. Fuck. Hi guys. Don't mind me, just passing through. Okay, so I need to start looking for silver. Or not silver, aluminum. Silver. Yeah, no, I need to start looking for aluminum. That's what I need. Question is, where the fuck am I gonna find it? Oh, great. I'm under someone's monstrosity and I don't want to be. I don't... That's the wrong thing. That's carbon. Damn it! It's nice that you can Pokeball your motorcycle. This is true. It's very nice.
You look supple.
I look what? I'm sorry? What were we saying? think they did legit blow up, I would feel so fucking bad. I really, really, really would. If they did. That sucks. Let me see something. That's carbon, that's granite, salvage metal, fuel cells. Okay. Where the hell is aluminum gonna be? That's carbon, carbon. I have no idea where aluminum is gonna be. So I have to go this way. Okay. Shit. Sandstorm. Nice. Well, while we're waiting, let me just check. Yeah, not getting anything yet, but to be fair, if they did biff it, they're probably pissed right now, and I don't blame them. I'd be pissed too. Where's that thing going? So it might come across this way? Maybe? I don't know. Yeah, I might be going across. Yeah, it's gotta be like doing this or something. I don't know where the fuck that storm is. But, hey. It's not coming after me, so I'll take it. Do I really? Okay, apparently I do. Would you like this game? Do you like survival games in general? Notorious camp mom, so yes. If you like survival games in general, I think this is definitely one of those games that you'd actually really appreciate, for sure. Okay, so I gotta go this way. Lovely. Never played Minecraft, but I like Valheim and Conan. If you like Conan, it's very, very similar to Conan. It's just set in the Dune universe. That's probably the best way to describe it. It's made by the same company as Conan. Salvaged metal. Carbon. That's not what I was looking for. I was looking for aluminum. Damn it! Has a weird Warframe mining. So, well, there's a couple of different ways that you can mine stuff in this game. I'm just doing it this way because I don't really know this area, and I'd rather not bring in something like my buggy just yet until I know where I need to go in order to get some of the really good stuff. So right now, I'm just kind of scouting and trying to figure out exactly, like, where the stuff I'm looking for is, which I think is probably going to be farther over here. It looks pretty efficient compared to whacking away with a pickaxe or something. Yes. Yeah, it is definitely way more efficient, for sure. And, unlike Conan, there is an actual story, which is really nice, too. I played Mad Max a long time ago. I wasn't a fan. I don't know why. It was literally one of those things where all the boxes should have been ticked for me, but they weren't. And I could never put my finger on why. I just assumed the dong slider was the story. I mean, that's fair. You feel the same about Expedition 33? Really? Expedition 33 is just kind of meh to you? I thought that would have easily been an Itsy game. I don't know why. All the boxes are there and should be checked. Yeah. Yeah, if anybody would have asked me, I would have 100% say that was an Itsy game, for sure. Just not feeling it. You know what, though? I think that's fair. I think that's actually incredibly fair. I feel like Expedition 33 has this tone to it, where you really need to be in the right mindset. Because if you're not, then it honestly really doesn't matter at all. Whether you like the gameplay or not, it won't matter. But that's because of the subjects that it's broaching on, I think. And if you're not receptive to kind of feeling generally melancholy with a little bit of hope, then yeah, I could absolutely see and understand why it wouldn't resonate, for sure. Wonder if you would have played it by now had it not been gifted. Probably not. And the reason why is because they, in my opinion, did not do a very good job in terms of advertising. So to me, that's more carbon. To me, it felt like another just cookie cutter RPG. It really did. Just from the trailers alone, I really was not impressed at all. Phasing into my cozy girl era, I mean, that couldn't happen. Ooh, they got a sniper. Owie. Yep, there he is. Whatever happened to it? It sucked. In all honesty, it was awful. It really was. It was pretty fucking terrible. Yeah, no, it was not good whatsoever. It was just miserable. There really was nothing fun about it. Nice, got him. Yeah, the show itself was so fucking bad. Not being able to lay on your side, yeah, that's not fun. Where is this asshole? Ah, I see him now. There's two of ya, huh? Oh, I pissed off 3 of them. Jesus.
Enemy sighted.
These are NPCs.
Identify yourself. Shield off. Got it, got it.
Kill them all.
We've got incoming.
Interloper. Enemy sighted. Need to reload. Interloper.
Interloper.
Got one.
We've got incoming. Identify
Nice. I have the Angie. Why do you have the Angie?
shields up. The water is hot.
Also, Bloody Marys are amazing. Jesus. Yeah, I fucking love Bloody Marys. Extra spicy, extra dirty. Hell yeah.
Shield off.
Oh. This should get like 400 plus. Yeah, I'd be a little angry about that too.
Shields up. I'm out. Interloper.
Jesus Christ. Dude hits like a fucking freight train. Went to a place that does those ridiculous Bloody Marys, like with the burgers on top and shit. Ooh, it sounds good. Baffo, what's going on? If you're talking about the Perfect Dark news, yes. Yeah, sadly, we all heard that. I have to wait for Lance to finish work so he can reset the internet and see if that fixes it. Oof. That's no bueno. Oh, the crate? I couldn't care. Last of Us... I know I catch a lot of shit for this every single time I say it, but... I'm not all that crazy about Last of Us, the TV show. That dude should be hurting even with a shield. That's kind of bullshit. Yeah, the first Last of Us was fantastic. I still have yet to play the second. But I really liked the first game. But yeah, what I saw in the show, it's... I don't know. I feel like it's missing something. Did anybody else feel that way about the show? Yeah. Like the Uncharted movie doesn't feel right. Well, to be fair about the Uncharted movie, it is an Uncharted movie. It's a movie based on a video game. Chances are it wasn't going to go well anyway. Damn. That was slick. Couldn't do that again if I wanted. Show was decent, but the games were better. It's like books to movies. Very rarely are the movies better. I just feel like they, especially with a series that they had, right? They had the perfect opportunity to actually, like, really do the game justice, and nope. It really was just a whole bunch of nope. Felt a little rushed. Oh, I'm sure it was rushed. Of that, I have no doubt. Jesus, bro is still going hard on that. Holy fuck. He's stone dead in a moment. So where the hell am I? Okay, so I can keep going north, but there's also the dust pan. Might as well go toward that. Okay, well, I am sheltered. That's kind of cool. Okay, so there's got to be an entrance somewhere relatively close. Like, I'm assuming probably over here. Oh, good. Slaver camp. Lovely. I don't need the beer. Really have created a tiny polar vortex. Take that, perimenopause. Oh, God. This is weird. By the way, Spectre, I'm still looking for aluminum. I have no fucking idea where to find it. At all. This is where I am. Jabal, or is it Jamal? I can't remember. Is it in Jamal? Or whatever it is? None of that sounds good. Jamal is the name of your neighbor. Nice. I bet he has spice. Oh, God. Okay. Crouch here for a minute. Fuck. Okay. That sucks. That really sucks. I will find them in very small quantities in this area and in this area. I will find it in some quantities in this area, but where I will really find it is quite literally along the fucking wall. Which is bad. That's not... That is really no bueno. Ooh, hello. What are you? Please tell me you're aluminum. Thank fuck. Okay, now I know what aluminum looks like. It's about damn time. There's more over there, too. Okay. Yeah, I'll just climb up. Good. Now... Oh, okay. He's almost good. Jeebus. Not enough power. Well, fair enough. Great. Okay, Power Pack Mark II. Much better. Now you know how it feels to have limited power, Jesus. Limited power. But he's got to say it all depressed and shit. Limited power. think that dream altered my brain chemistry. So I got 165 aluminum ore. What do you think? You think that's going to be enough? I know that's nothing, but that wasn't my question. Is it going to be enough for what I was trying to do? Right, I understand that, but what I'm asking is what we were talking about last night. Now that I know what I'm looking for, is that going to be enough, or am I going to have to make a second run? I have to get enough so that I can get the Mark IV cut array on the buggy. The reason why I did not bring the buggy this time, specifically, is because I didn't know where the aluminum was. So it'd be better to scout it out with the bike and figure out where it all is, and if I need to, make a couple of trips back and forth until I have enough aluminum so that I can make the Mark IV cut array for the buggy. I have 165 ore. You ever feel like you're hurting cats? Literally all the time. Okay, so got it. You're just parroting. You literally need 700 ore for the cut array. That's all that needed to be said. But instead, we went through this whole fucking thing, and it's like, but why? Why did we go through this whole fucking thing? course, I can't take those. Those would be really nice to have. Yeah, but the first answer you gave me was you need more. And it's like, okay, how much more are we talking? And I had to ask it 3 times before we even got to the point where you were like, well, how much you got? You see the issue? Because the question becomes, is it worth me doing this? And like, you still didn't respond to answer your question? What are you talking about? Yes, I did.
They are here.
You asked me how much do I have. I said 165 ore.
Break out looking. Shielding.
The fuck is she? There she is.
Season.
Oh, she's toast now.
Got the live one.
Or not. Interesting. No, not yet. You end up finding the ore in the same area you were before, or did you... or going up to Jamal? No, I'm in the same area, but the issue is it worth constantly going back and forth here, where I have to go up to the tops of these rocks to get aluminum, or is it worth just trying to go for the walls and doing it that way? Because I'm going to be honest, I'm not finding a whole hell of a lot here. Unless it's on the tops of rocks, which, let's face it, the buggy can't really do. Hell, the bike can't even do that. Well, that's why I was asking. Like, is it worth staying here and getting the very minimal amount of aluminum that I can, when I can? Or should I just say fuck it and go to the walls? God, I wish I could just go that way. Fuck, that'd make life so much easier. But that's where I lost the bike. Because that's all quicksand. That sucks so bad that that's all quicksand. It's like, did he got off the hook for the most part? Yeah, I'm not entirely happy about that. There definitely is a better area where you can find aluminum ore on the ground. You're just better off traveling that greater distance with the buggy than going up there to mine piece by piece. So use the buggy to go to the walls. That would probably be the best bet. Because, I mean, like, if I was sitting here and I was swimming in aluminum, that'd be one thing, right? But we both know that ain't happening. Been a new UFO vid making the rounds. Oh, God. Why? We don't need another UFO vid. They're all fake. That has to be... Seriously, think about it. UFO videos and UFO pictures have to be the one thing that everybody genuinely knows is 99 times out of 100 a hoax. But everybody still goes nuts for them. Everybody. I mean, yeah, I could see Bigfoot to an extent, sure. Okay, which way is he going? That's the big question. Which way is this guy going? That's not the right thing. Where is it? Oh, thank God. Okay. Time to get the fuck out of here. Technically, be real, just not extraterrestrial beings. I mean, that's how it's always been, though. UFO is unidentified flying object. UAP is unidentified aerial phenomena. So, they've never been wrong. The problem is that everybody automatically goes, it's aliens. Sandstorm. Fuck. Okay. Pick it up. Thank you. Nice. I'm gonna stand next to you because it says I'm enclosed. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna... Yeah, here's fine. I'll duck so that my shadow doesn't get in the way of your back tan. With how bad 2025 is going, would it be surprising to see the next day we are getting invaded by aliens? Who knows at this point? Oh, that's coming in fast. It's coming down from across here? Oh, there it is. I see it. Barely, but I see it. That's against the wall. That looks like a lot of activity. Oh no. Use the tried and true path. You'll be okay. Hopefully. Okay. So now it's basically, I gotta prep the buggy. Oh boy. Actually, shit. I can't prep the buggy. Not yet. I can't. That really sucks. I'm gonna have to keep doing it this way. I can't use the buggy anyway. Not right now. That sucks. Nothing happened to the buggy, but there's no point in going out for aluminum with the buggy out to the walls if I don't have the Mark IV cut array. Which is why I was doing this on the bike to begin with, to get enough for the cut array. Even if it took a couple trips. You don't need it to cut things, you need it for the inventory space. Yeah. Hang on. Let me see something here. Well, I can do 23. Better than nothing. The bike inventory has 500. Well, now that I kind of know where I'm supposed to go for that stuff, it'll be a lot easier this second run. Because I know I need a shit ton more aluminum for, like, everything that I'm going to be building, and that's fine. But that first trip out was definitely just, okay, where the fuck is all the aluminum? They added new sound effects. Interesting. Oh shit, this takes a minute too. Holy fuck. Alright, let me see something. Actually, shit, I forgot the number already. 3, working on 4 plus 19. So, 23. Buggy, cut array. I need 70. Got it. Okay. Gotcha, gotcha, gotcha. I read that they also changed the radio stock sound effects, though I don't know what they meant by that. Well, we're waiting anyway, and I kinda desperately need to pee. So, let's find out.
There's a bit of tail.
Boss, if anyone else is in this sector, that was very loud.
What are we doing here anyway? I'm told this is a restricted sector.
That doesn't sound any different.
That the emotional toll is heavy. Perhaps we can focus more on the moments of camaraderie and hope that you experience during these dark times.
The what? Well, yeah, I mean, there are moments, sure, but...
I've heard of certain indigenous peoples of Ishkal who can communicate with these deadly creatures, but I never thought I'd see it with my own eyes. Tell me the truth, Maxim. Is that poor slave indeed a native of that barren planet?
Oh, he absolutely is, Vida. How?
Sure, we'll put it on that for now. Give me a minute. I desperately need to pee. And then I'll come back and we'll keep going. I will leave the radio on, though, so give me a minute. Okay, High is back. Alright, how we doing on aluminum? Okay, we got a little bit before the aluminum's done. So if that's the case, let's go get more blood. There we go. Take the monies. Okay. Extract all the water. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not hearing any difference in the radio. Maybe that's just me, though. Oh, she ate that one hard. I need those. Oh, shit, sorry. Nice. Get wrecked.
Who goes there? Where's my reinforcements?
Your reinforcements are dead, asshole. I think everybody's net's been having problems recently. Hell, even my net's been, like, kind of fucky. I don't know. I mean, maybe there's some sort of attack going on when it comes to servers and shit. Just don't know. A lot of that stuff that, like, we complain about, and it's like, oh, well, I'm being throttled, or my ISP hates... A lot of the time, come to find out, it's usually that they don't have much control over it because they're being attacked. But it also doesn't help that they're like, oh yeah, no, we're totally aware of it. We'll get around to it and we'll fix it when we can. And you're like, oh, thanks, dick. Okay. This is gonna be a good blood run. My god. This is a really good blood run. Come on. There. Nice. Know what the issue is in your case? What's the issue? Did I get this guy? No, I did not. Nice. Just getting someone out there. Oh no, is it gonna be, is it like a stupid node problem? Animals chewing on wires and things. Yeah, that happens. Nice. Okay, we're done with the aluminum. Shut this down. There we go. We don't need all that running simultaneously. Oh, did I not? I did not shut this down. Oops. Okay. Oh boy. Gonna need another one of these, it looks like. Yay, 20 grand. It's where everything comes into the house. Oh, gotcha. Gotcha. Do this. And then... Good. Finally. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna need another one of these. Damn it! That's not the thing I wanted. Need more fucking iron. Of course I do. All right. Takes the same amount of resources to build a bigger force field as if you were building a small one. Yeah. I'm not surprised. I think the only difference is, power consumption, isn't it? I think it's just power consumption that changes. Everything else is fine, but yeah. That's still a giant pain in the balls, for sure. God, that aluminum ore is really fucking heavy, too. Where is... Aha. And you. You're really fucking heavy as well. I don't think I need machine parts anytime soon, though, thankfully. Because I think I have like 3,000 or 4,000 machine parts. There we go. That's... Well, that's granite now. Okay. Granite, granite. I need iron. That's what I need. Yep, craft all. What do you have to make a Lowe's run for? How are we looking? Okay, well, those are actually going pretty quick. Bad fluorescent light fixture in my kitchen, so I'll just replace both. Oh, there you go. Okay, so now... where are you? Here. Yes. Yes. Wait. Oh, I'm almost there. Give it a minute. There, much better. Okay. No, wrong one. There we go. Might as well. I mean, yeah, can't hurt. That's for sure. I can make bandages. Bandages are always good to have. I wish this up here would actually show me what I actually have. Because I think the only thing that this is showing me is what I've got in the bank. Okay, research. Let me see. That's scanning. Thruster. Industrial Dew Scythe, Blood Extractor Mark IV. Think that's not a bad thing to go for. I don't have any industrial pumps, but definitely a blood extractor is nice to research anyway. You don't want an adult? I don't blame you. Adulting sucks. Really? Because I have the fucking aluminum ingots, that's why. Cutteray. Yeah, I should have more than enough. If I go out a second time and do what I just did, I should have more than enough. Should being the key word. And it's definitely a roundabout way of doing it, which blows, but at least I won't get stuck in quicksand. So, there's that. Where is it? Welding tool. These treads, if I'm being honest, are kind of fucked. I just want to sit in my blanket for a color and play video all day. Why can I not do that? I wish I had an answer. As it is tomorrow, I'm going to be putting more of that merch stuff up. It takes so fucking long to do. And I'm gonna check again and see, if they got anything for women's leggings. Oh, come on. Okay. Assemble. Much better. Over to the recycler. See, why are these good all of a sudden? That doesn't make any sense. These were all sorts of... whatever. I mean, everything else is looking okay for now. Well, the problem with the merch stuff is it is adulting. And I have to do it all manually, which not fun. Okay, how we doing on gas? Kinda shit. Okay. I want to do one thing here. Settings, keybinds. I want to set one thing up again, sorry. Here. Yes, yes. Good. Then... What? Oh, wrong one. There. Now... Nice. We didn't do any foodborne stuff for the 4th. I'm thinking of it. I'm trying to figure out exactly what the best course of action would be to get that done. I have a brisket flat, which I'm probably going to be doing for the 4th, and just smoke that. But I want to see if I can get a corned beef brisket as well, and smoke that at the same time, and then turn that into Reubens. So I'd have beef brisket flat, plus I'd also have Reubens made from smoked corned beef brisket. I just gained 20 pounds. What time should I show for dinner? That's the plan. We'll see how it goes. It all really depends on whether I can find a corned beef brisket. For whatever reason recently, those haven't been the easiest things in the world to find. Oh, that fucking hurt. Jesus. Her royal pain in the assness is working. So yeah, I'd really, really like to do that. Now, I'm gonna have to change up a couple of things with the way that I would normally do a regular beef brisket, because it's just the flat that I have, so it's just the lean portion. Which is doable. It is absolutely doable, but I need to add fat to it, because it's literally just the flat. There's little to no fat. So what I think I'm gonna do is I'm gonna smoke it for about 4 hours. and then I'm gonna foil boat it. Well, probably more like 5 or 6 hours. Just smoke it out in the open, right? But do the block log, do all that good shit. Spritz it down with apple cider vinegar and Worcestershire. Probably do the mustard lather, because that'll help a little bit in terms of adding a little bit of moisture. And then after like hour 6, I'm probably going to do full foil boat. But I'm also, what I'm going to do too is I'm going to put foil over the top of it, and I'm going to add Crisco in around it so that it has fat that it can just keep recirculating through. Because that's kind of the problem with the flats, is if there's really no fat, then it's just going to come out dry as fuck. You know what I mean? The corned beef brisket shouldn't be bad, but yeah, I think the regular beef brisket's going to take a little bit of magic. And hey, anyone who loves barbecue and or is a Texas knows that there ain't nothing fucking worse than a dry-ass brisket. We all know this to be true. I wonder, can I just get aluminum out here? I'm gonna... Fuck it, I'll go for it. I'm right here. Why not? See if I can find some fucking aluminum. Oh, Beanie Weenie? Hell yeah, dude. That is quicksand. That is sad. Don't go that way. I'm gonna be honest, I'm not seeing much in the way of aluminum. Maybe it's up there? I don't know. Well, only one way to find out. Gonna be hiding from all the loud boom booms and things. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. My leap suspensor belt is broke. Well, fuck you. Now it's not broke. Oh, okay, we're good. Okay, what do we have up here? That is not aluminum. That is not aluminum. That is aluminum. Nice. No, I don't blame you. What the fuck? As I've gotten older, I've, kind of not been the biggest fan of fireworks either. Okay, well that one sucked. Are you aluminum? That could be. Okay, out of the heat. For a very, very, very tiny fraction of a minute. Oh, thank God. Okay. Yeah, I'm not a I'm not a fan of fireworks all that much anymore. I used to be when I was a kid. But it's kind of amazing. Especially when you DJ. And it's just loud fucking noises all the time. How quickly you just don't want there to be any more noise. I kind of had to learn that one the hard way. Are fireworks different in the US? Some can be like really stupid loud. And there's, at least in the US, you also have a big problem with people who decide that it's going to be really fun to go out and buy their own fireworks and launch them less than 30 feet from your house. Like, it's fine if they're a couple 100 feet in the air. Typically, it's not that big of a deal. But when it's, like, less than 30 feet from your house, it kind of turns into a really big fucking deal because you just want people to shut up and go away. Like, I'll admit it, I've been the old man who has called the cops on neighbors before, and the cops are, I'm sorry, but, like, I have the highest respect for a lot of cops. However, I will tell you flat out that, unfortunately, the cops in my area are dumb as a brick. Remember an uncle mentioning they were more strict with fireworks and the selection was more limited. I'm sure that there are different things that we have, like, a lot of big restrictions on. I would not be surprised compared to other countries. But it all varies and depends on the state that you currently live in. And you can only go up in terms of fireworks by a certain amount before you need special licenses in order to even own them, let alone use them. One New Year's, I think it was 2024, we had so many people setting off fireworks that we had an air quality health alert in the middle of the night. Yeah, I'm not surprised. And like I said, I called the cops. What was it? I think it was maybe like 2-3 years ago, something like that. Because I had a bunch of fucking kids who were lighting off fireworks. But then they also started firing off guns. And I had kind of resigned myself to, okay, well, fireworks are fine, but firing off guns, really fucking bad idea, right? So I called the cops and they're like, well, I mean, it is July 5th. It's right after the 4th. I'm like, that doesn't excuse the use of firearms, you fucking idiot. And they're like, well, how do you know it's not just fireworks? I'm like, because I have a firearm and I know how they sound compared to fireworks. Like, I couldn't fucking believe it. I'm like, well, how do you know? What do you mean, how do I know? Hello? Where is that coming from? Is that coming straight across? It might be. Like, people wouldn't know how fire... I mean, honestly, you'd be surprised. There's a lot of stupid people. A lot of really stupid people. Who absolutely do not know what a firearm sounds like. So if a firework goes off and it's close to their house, you can bet your ass that there will be quite a few people who are like, oh my god, a gun just went off, when that's not even remotely close to what happened. Like, it does sound really, really, really stupid. And it is. I completely agree with you. But never underestimate stupid. Never underestimate stupid. Ever. Well, it's not a stupid question until they just keep pushing that question, right? That's my biggest issue with them, is like, well, how do you know it's not a firearm? Because I fucking own one. And I've shot various calibers over the years. I know what a gun sounds like. These are not fireworks. I'm like, are you sure? Yes, I'm fucking sure. That's when the question becomes really stupid. And it's like, I don't know about anybody else. Me personally, though, if I was a cop, especially in Florida, okay, I wouldn't put it past anybody to do something galactically stupid because it's Florida, number one. Number two, and this is kind of the big one, is if there's a call, and that call pertains to, in any way, the use of a firearm, or potential use of a firearm, it's probably best to go and make sure that people aren't doing something galactically stupid and it's just a mistake, versus sitting on your ass and doing nothing because it's July 5th and you don't feel like doing anything. Fuck! No, please! Oh, Jesus Christ. What are you? No. No. Yeah, it's still going away. That's fine. Is this really it? There's no way. Right? There's no way that's all the aluminum over here. I don't have to imitate the sound of an AK-47. If you've ever heard an AK-47 fire in person, you'll absolutely know. 100%. There's no guesswork with an AK. Ooh, that doesn't look good. Wonder what happened there. AKs have a really scary sound. Really scary sound. Oh, I can't even get anything from these guys. Yeah, they're, like, beyond dead. Aylin knows more about Listen, Aylin lives in Texas. If Aylin didn't know more about guns than me, I'd be worried. Like, at this point in Texas, it might as well be just a state requirement at birth. Punishable by death to not have a gun. I have more guns in the house than I would like to admit. See? I wasn't kidding. Which, by the way, I don't consider it necessarily a bad thing either. I like guns too. Wonder if there's anything up there. Shit, I don't know. I'm not seeing anything up there, which is worrying. Yeah, that's carbon. That's carbon. I think maybe some of the aluminum spawned back in? I'm not sure. I'm gonna have to go check. Yep, it did. Nice. Hell yes. Not like I bought the guns. I just keep having them gifted to Lance and I by our families. Well, I mean, hey, think of it this way. At least you know you will be protected. So you got that going for you, which is nice. I mean, shit, I wish people would gift me guns. I can't even shoot most of them because Tiny, nah, you can shoot them. You can totally shoot them. Absolutely. You just might need to lay down. I just dozed off without help from weed or Ambien for the first time in 4 months. That's awesome, Nancy. Fuck yeah. Think you're going to cry? Oh. I mean, that's a huge thing. Definitely. Oh, they're gonna... Why is it always this one? Is there another thing somewhere? Aha! Okay. There we go. Much better. Recoil tries to blow my head off, or I can't even rack the gun to fire. It doesn't seem like it, but it's mega huge. No, Itzy, that's awesome. Seriously. That really is awesome, because, I mean, we all know how bad Ambien can be. That shit's no bueno. Weed or THC, something like that, gummies, whatever, that's fine, but you build up a tolerance. So I don't blame you whatsoever for being happy. That's huge. What are you down there? No. Shit. Once on Ambien, I ate a sandwich off the floor. Oh boy. Yeah, Ambien makes you do fucked up things, or you're just literally a zombie all day. The next day. I tried Ambien once. No, sorry, twice. First time, I can't even remember what the fuck I was doing. It was just weird. Like, I'd have weird thoughts and shit, and it just, none of it made any sense. And every once in a while, I'd have like a moment of clarity where it was just like, what the fuck are you doing? And then the second time, I slept like the dead, but then I woke up, and for the next 20 hours, I was a zombie. Ambien is it's a sleep aid. Yeah, serious sleep aid, to the point where, like, in a lot of cases, it's highly recommended that somebody be there with you when you take Ambien, because no one really truly knows, like, what somebody's body is going to do and how they're going to react to it. Like, it's serious shit. $261. Okay. I think that said 157 out of 250, but that's still better than what I had on me. So I'm not going to complain.